Good morning. And it's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. Let's see here. You working? There we go. It works. Test, test, sound. Check. Are you working? There we go. All right. Good morning. All right. Well, first things first, we're going to turn in this Vinfilia card I picked up. I was in the middle of doing that, and the wife left, and so I'm like, oh, okay, cool. I can turn this in. Okay. The very first thing I need to do, well, first is go to the Crystarium, but then head over to the other thing. Words. Before I continue main plot, I do need to get the magical DPS ball rolling as it is. Continue the plot. Well, the magical DPS plot. The job plot. That look in your eyes. Yes, I can see that you have gained much strength since last we met. You'll be pleased to hear that Tainer has managed to make steady progress in his training as well. The boy believes he has regained much of the knowledge and skill he possessed before getting sucked into that pocket of time and space. An admirable feat, considering it was not long ago he could scarcely remember his own name. And yet there is one aspect of his training that is yet to be addressed. Put simply, the boy lacks experience in battle. To work the magic necessary to seal up the hollows, I must maintain perfect focus and clarity of mind. If the battle with furnaces is my first, I fear my concentration will be disrupted all too easily. And so I thought I'd take the boy out in the wilds, so that he might acclimate himself to the battlefield, and further hone his command of magic in the process. And yet, we must keep a wide berth if I'm wrong. Were we to encounter Phronosis before we're fully prepared, the results could be disastrous. And so I propose that we go on an excursion of sorts. Would you be willing to accompany us? I believe there's much the boy could learn from your example. Oh yeah, sure. I'll summon a demon and he can see how that works. Excellent. Let's make for Lakeland. The beasts of the forest, the lost shepherd, should provide a fair challenge for the lad. All right. I'm just going to check this because I have not checked it. You know what? No, I'm not. JK, LOL. Looks like I'm going to be dealing with that either way I go. I've been spending my time off stream trying to level up my job so I can do something other than dancer on all this stuff. I still haven't managed it. Ah, there he is. Now, shall I get down to... Is something the matter? How do you like my new clothes, Peter? Not only are they stylish, but I can just feel the power welling up deep within me. And a present from Sarek. Isn't he the best? Yeah, sure, whatever. It's a simple investment, nothing more. We must seize every possible advantage if we hope to triumph over our foe. But enough idle chit-chat. We have work to do. Peter, I would ask you to begin by setting the example for the boy. Show him precisely how you conduct yourself in battle. You can't very well just toss him to the wolves on his own, or Wolverines on his own, now can we? Now why don't you get out there and hunt that one down for us? Tainer, watch carefully and let Peter show you how it's done. If I just wait here, some monsters should attack me soon. Well, there's a rabid Wolverine, and I took care of it. Really, Bahamut did all the work. That was incredible. The sheer destructive power of your spells, the way you seamlessly weave one incantation after the next, everything. But tell me, what did you say is the most important thing a mage should keep in mind when doing battle with a fearsome foe? Finding a way to move when you need to. I mean, casting spells in proper sequence is important. Oh, but of course. Thank you, Peter. I'll endeavor to put everything I have learned from you into practice. Well, here goes nothing. Drat, where do I... No, that's not... Oh, curse. Just stay still so I can hit you already. Steady now. Don't let the enemy fluster you. Keep your focus. Right. Focus. Oh, God, feisty one, aren't you? Oh, that's not. Oh, I've seen enough of this. Experience is important. Oh dear, that did not go exactly nearly as well as I'd hoped. Oh, don't get yourself so down, lad. I shouldn't have jumped in the way I did. I dare say you were starting to get the hang of it right there at the end. I thought it would be simple enough task to follow Pieter's lead, but when that savage creature stared me down, I was too flustered to put what I'd learned into practice. Indeed, it's not the strength of the magics that's the issue. You simply must learn to compose yourself. You got the zooms? Yeah, you got the zooms. What did you think, Pieter? Are there any words of wisdom you might offer me? Oh, you simply need more practice. Thank you, I'm sure you're right. I can't allow my foe to break my concentration like this. Anyhow, let me try once more. This one will go better, I promise you. Sure. Yes, the boy will be fine. I must stay my hand. You got it. Well done. I did it. The battle is won. Yeah, good job. Now that's how you wallop a wolverine. Well done, lad. I'm proud I could be here for your first victory. You're far too kind. I couldn't have done it without you and Pietro had to show me the way. You have my thanks. Oh, yeah, sure. But don't let up now, boy. You must keep battling until all that you've learned becomes second nature. Now, are you ready? Oh, yes. You're really ready, or you just think you're ready? Oh, that was rather more difficult than I expected. And yet, thanks to you and Sarek, I feel like I can hold my own on the battlefield now. I have to agree. The way you made short work of that last critter, I'd say it's time to find you a more worthy foe. Let's return to Mortsuk and plot our next course of action. On wings of purple eagles. Not evils. Oh, don't use evil. So I'm hoping I can be through Shadowbringer's post-content by the time I have to go to the doctor Friday of next week. I must say, that training session was most exhilarating. There's nothing quite like the feeling of vanquishing fearsome foes and gaining confidence with every thrilling victory. Indeed. You've proven yourself mentor to the boy, Piotr. Hell, I dare say old Sarek here could learn a thing or two from you. Taught him not only how to wield his spells in battle, but how to maintain his focus in the face of danger. With those fundamentals under his belt, it's just a matter of time and practice until he's ready to face Phronesis. I promise you, my friends, I will not let you down. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'd best go and write down all I've learned today while it's fresh in my memory. Such passion and determination. This must be the boy he always was, before his time beyond the rift stole from him his memories and spirit. He devotes himself to his training, with that he might help us find Phronesis and bring his friend a measure of salvation. There's no telling what course the battle will take, but I suspect the boy will be forced to confront his past head on. It will not be easy for him, yet I believe it is a necessary step for him to forge himself a new future. For Tainer's sake, and for the sake of all who call Almarong home, we must triumph in this battle. Indeed. Not to mention for the sake of our corn horses, huh? At any rate, I'll leave you to your training and return to my own. The final confrontation is close at hand. We must be ready. Okay. Let's head to Camp Drybone. Get this stuff taken care of. Welcome, my son. Welcome. Flamin has explained to me the purpose of your visit, and I have seen no reason to refuse you. Minfilia would wish to rest with her father. I've known her since she was but a child. I've known her since she was but a child, full of hope and wonder, an aspiring young miner following in Flamin's footsteps. The dutiful student, to be sure. Nary a day passed that she did not set out into the wilderness with pickaxe in hand. But fate would see her set aside the miner's tools and instead don the mantle of far greater responsibility. She was as passionate then as she was in her childhood, a fire in her eyes that refused to be extinguished. It was that flame that compelled me to lend the Scions my support without a moment's hesitation. To now see so many brave and noble souls continue her work, it only reaffirms that I was right to place my faith in her. Forgive my meandering musings. You've not come to hear me wax nostalgic. Pray, see to burying the cat's eye. The 12's blessings be upon you. Thank you. Thank you, Father Illud. Come, Peter. Warburton's grave is just south of the church. Yes, they have to be level 80, right? Yep. All right, let's do this dance then. Oh boy, I get to ban somebody. Okay. Here it is, Peter. It was 20 years ago that Warburton came to Uldar, risking life and limb to warn us of the threat encroaching on Eorzea. 20 years ago that my ambition robbed him of his life, a daughter of her whole family. We would have been so proud of her. She was a warm and compassionate, vibrant woman, always ready to answer the clarion call of duty without a moment's hesitation, just like her father. In the end, its selflessness would save not one but 2 worlds. Now her duty is ended, and though you are worlds apart, I pray that this stone, this precious gem from Acilia, as a part of her remains at your side. Just as she remains forever in my heart. Oh, Acilia, never did I imagine such greatness could be born from a beginning so humble. I'm proud to have been there for that first little triumph. And not only did you find a gemstone, you found your own path. That path took you far away, to a place fraught with danger, but you have achieved all that you desired, and you have returned. Rest now, Acilia, my dearest daughter. Won't you say a few words, too? Do I have to? You're dead. You can rest now, Ophelia. There's so much I've left unsaid to Ancilia, but I feel as though a weight has been lifted. With a lighter heart, I shall return to Mordona and resume doing my little part for the Scions, for her legacy. Whatever you may be headed, please take care. And when you meet, do pass my regards to Thancred and Rin, and all the others. Sure. Very well. Thank you, Peter, for everything. Okay. not just going to sit here during stream. I might do that off stream. Time to go on the way home. Do you have business with the Crystal Exarch? Just say the word and I'd be happy to escort you to the ocular. Oh yeah, I do. Hey there, Crystal Exarch. You've come at a most opportune time, my friend. I've made something of a breakthrough in my research of the soul and means to return the Scion's home. I trust you too have been making good use of your time. Yeah, sort of. You have tidings from the source, you say? Good, then I will summon the others, that we might all be appraised of the situation.
Now that we are all here, what news from the source?
Oh, yeah, no, this, that, and the other.
A new Ultima weapon. We must count ourselves lucky that Gaius has pledged his assistance.
While this is indeed a worrying development, I think the state of the Empire as a whole greater grounds for concern. With the Emperor slain and Xenos returned, it is impossible to predict how matters will unfold in Garlemald. The Ultima weapon may be but the first of many unpleasant surprises.
Quite.
The situation beareth closer observation, of that there is no doubt, and doth compound our need to return unto the source.
Then let us address that issue. Our long search for a means to see you safely home may well be nearing its conclusion.
Oh?
Thanks in large part to Urianger and Beclug's invaluable insight, we have succeeded in fashioning a vessel for the journey.
What is?
We set out to create a crystalline container retaining the more useful properties of white aurosite, but without its regrettable limitations. And after a good deal of trial and error, we made one. An ark for soul and mind both that will allow your incorporeal self in its entirety to be ferried between worlds. A spirit vessel, if you will.
I'm going to bet this is going to have serious, long consequences that are going to be unforeseen.
However...
Yes?
However?
Though the vessel is possessed of the requisite qualities to hold mind and memory, it wanteth yet for a means to receive of them. For that, we must needs imbue it with the Exarch's innate gift.
A gift that lives on only through the blood of the Allegan Emperors, which certainly does not flow within aurosite or any other crystal.
Just so, milady. The blood serveth as a conduit of sorts. In its absence, memory cannot pass from mind unto mind, nor from flesh unto crystal.
Okay.
That being the case, we must either alter the process of inheritance so as to require no such thing, or determine a means by which my blood may permeate the vessel. I am hopeful that the records found within this tower will yield the knowledge we require to pursue one or the other of these avenues.
As well you should be. The Allegan's body of etherological research is extraordinary. I can scarce believe it.
Bye, I love you.
Ages past.
Have a good day.
But its underlying principles are not so very different from those of my own field of study. Given time, we will find the answers we seek.
I know that you can ill afford to wait, and it pains me that I must ask you to do so. I can only reaffirm my promise to you that a solution will be found. Whatever it takes, I will see you safely home.
My apologies.
I do hope you haven't come to tell us that mortal peril fast approaches.
No. I had hoped to speak with the Warrior of Darkness. But there is no need to cut short your meeting on my account. I will be waiting outside.
I mean, we're pretty much done here, right?
Why not speak in here? She knows I don't mind. Unless she didn't want to.
Perhaps I might accompany you. Though I am woefully ill-qualified to assist in the Exarch's research, I may yet be of some use to Lena.
Maybe. Something that bothers me. Why are Alfino and LSA the same age still when they traveled and had their bodies pass through different amounts of time in this area? I'm guessing it's because their physical bodies are the same age back at the original. But I mean, that would have been a really cool way to show the change in times that they've been there. But whatever. Euclidus has kept on Lena. I must confess, while I enjoy my fair share of scholarly research, it would be good to step outside for a for a breath of fresh air. Now then, shall we go speak with Lena? Sure. We have little time, so I'll be brief. A Sin Eater has been sighted in Lakeland, and I ask for your assistance in slaying it. A Sin Eater? I'd had some few yet remained after night had returned, but perhaps we should call the others. That will not be necessary. It's only a single Sin Eater. A simple task for our guard, I should think. That said, I believe fighting alongside the Warrior of Darkness would be a valuable experience for them. Peace can lead to complacency, and they gain nothing from easy victory, but you do not underestimate your foes, however harmless they may seem. My men would do well to learn from your example. Well, let's be about it, then. Excellent. Let us make our way for Fort Job. All right. Syndics remain no longer have a leader to guide them, but they are no less dangerous. They cannot be suffered to live. If you'll wait here a moment, I'll gather the others. All right. You may not remember, but you've met these soldiers once before, though only in passing. Long have they awaited the opportunity to fight at your side. I was at death's door the day after the Syndiges attacked. If you and yours hadn't come along, I likely would have stepped through, and I wouldn't have been alone. Your courage and selflessness is something we all aspire to. I too was there that terrible day. My friend was transformed into a Sin Eater before my very eyes, and I had no choice but to cut her down. The thought of returning to the field, of holding a blade again, filled me with dread. And there's no way to honor her, or her comrades, or my comrades. And so I've returned. I swear I will not let you or anyone else down this day forward. A pleasure to meet you, sir. Truly. It seems like only yesterday I watched as you took flight astride the Amaro to go and save the Oracle. Strange to think the Almoran soldiers who once locked blades are now at our side, but we will do our utmost to keep the peace here in Lakeland. Hey, I seem to be missing one. My apologies, Captain Lena. An elderly gentleman asked that I escort him to Claremelt. It took longer than I expected. I will not begrudge your desire to help those in need, but a soldier must be punctual, especially when we play host to honored guests. It will not happen again. My name is Taylor. I'm sure you don't remember, but we once met before in the infirmary. I asked you to deliver a message to the Exarch of the Warrior of Darkness. Little did I know I was already talking to him. Don't give up, don't give in. I keep those words close to my heart, and the boundless beautiful skies that serve as a reminder of their importance. My friend got to see the night sky return shortly before he passed. He left this world with a smile, satisfied with a glimpse of what was to come. But there are countless others who weren't so fortunate. They gave their lives for the promise of a future that they'll never know, and so it falls to us to do everything we can to fulfill that promise. No matter what happens, we won't give up and we won't give in. That's right. Your heroism has inspired all of our guardsmen in much the same manner. Our scouts in the northern staging point have not had the pleasure of meeting you in person. Let us not keep them waiting, all right? Whew. Is it dead already?
Did you slay this Eater? Your orders were to await the main force before engaging.
No, Captain. It wasn't us, I swear it. A man came out of nowhere and cut it down before we knew what was happening.
Oh?
By himself. Certainly it is no light warden, but nevertheless.
It's true. Felled it with a single swing of his axe, he did. I've never seen anything like it. So I says to him, "Who are you, the warrior of bleeding darkness?" And he says, "No, I'm a warrior of light." And that was it. Buggered off as quick as he came.
A warrior of light? Why would someone go around calling himself that, though? It was those bastards who caused the flood. I mean, if you were going to pretend to be anyone, it'd be him, the warrior of darkness.
Hey? Oh, I didn't know. It's an honor.
Hi there.
Since the Eater is no longer a threat, our work here is done. Return to your posts.
I had hoped to fight at your side today. But I'll continue to follow your example, and may we meet again.
I apologize for the wasted journey. It seems I overestimated the threat.
Better to be safe than sorry.
As for this warrior of light, I do not know who would be brazen enough to take that mantle for his own. Whatever it may once have meant, it is forever tainted by the association with the Flood. The Exarch told me the truth of Ardbert and his comrades' deeds, and I am aware they played some part in your own triumph. But to most, they are synonymous with the calamity that befell this world. Still, If this man is minded to destroy Sin Eaters, I may forgive him his unfortunate choice of alias. But that is neither here nor there. I thank you for accompanying me.
With that concluded, shall we return to the Crystarium? There is a proposal I should like to make.
Sure.
Forgive me. There is one more thing.
Yes?
A personal concern of mine. I had hoped you might have a moment to speak privately.
Take your time. I shall go on ahead.
All right.
I will not mince words. This matter concerns the Exarch. Though his countenance belies his age, his demeanor never has. He has seen more than any man should and grown ever more weary with time. But I see I give the wrong impression. While it is true he attempted to open a letter with a salmon fillet the other evening, we are not here because I suspect his mind is deteriorating. Nor do I believe him to be so maddeningly unconcerned by the prospect of his own death as he once was. Indeed, the opposite is true. It is for this reason that I seek your advice. Since he returned from the Tempest, the Exarch is not as he was. He seems a different man. A younger man. I know not the details of his research, but when I saw him at work recently, there was a glint in his eye that I had never seen before. He looked happy. It was as if he had peered into the future and for the first time found joy there. Though it gladdens me to see him thus, I wonder if I should not keep my distance. I fear that my presence will only anchor him to the past, remind him of all the pain that came before.
He's lost without you, you know. He misses you already.
Are you sure? Then perhaps we might remain as we were. As we have always been. What a relief. In that case, I will have to speak with him about the amount of time he is spending at work. This research is important, I know, but if he refuses to consider his own health, I will have to consider it for him.
They will not keep you. You and your comrades have much to discuss. I'll see the others back to their posts. Duty in this guy with Diamond. Your way back to Turncliffe, huh? Yeah, let's go. Yeah, there, Gaius. You must keep this to yourself. I do not want the soldiers to think I am being distracted by personal matters. What do you need? The letter. This letter was found in her room. What else? Dear Father, I'm sorry for leaving without saying goodbye, but the thought of Alphonse suffering alone is more than I can bear. For his own sake and for the freedom of Werlet, I've decided to take matters into my own hands. I know of a way to save them, a way to end it all. I have to seize this chance before it's too late. My mind is set. Please don't try to stop me, Father. The days we spent together were the happiest of my life, and no matter what happens, nothing can take that away from me. With all my love, Allie. She's heading for the 7th Legion stronghold in Werlet. I'm certain of it. Taking matters into her own hands. She must be planning to take control of one of the weapons. If so, there's no time to waste. You have to mobilize our forces and save Ali and Alphonse. I want nothing more than to save them. But I cannot ask Werlet revolutionaries to risk their lives to rescue 2 Imperial soldiers. In any case, if we were to rush into battle without adequate preparation, the 7th Legion would tear my partisan army to shreds. And as capable of a warrior as Pieter is, if he were to charge headlong into the heart of the enemy, he'd be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. But if we don't do something, Ali and Alphonse are as good as dead. I know, Severa. And so did Ali when she wrote that letter. Returning alive was never part of her plan. Can you hear me? I'm Werlet, just outside of Castrum Castellum. All hells have broken loose. There's an enormous explosion, and through all the smoke and flames, I saw what appeared to be another weapon. At this rate, the entire... Confound it, we lost the signal. This must be what Ali spoke of in her letter, a way to end it all. Alphonse and the others were planning this from the beginning. To bring the weapon project to completion and use it to free Werlet from the Empire. Even at the cost of their own lives. If the revolutionaries were to hear that a weapon is being unleashed upon the Imperial headquarters, they would see it as a perfect opportunity to strike. If it's running amok, they may not distinguish between our allies and the Imperials. The large force would draw too much attention, but the 3 of us should be able to get close enough without it noticing us. Between us, we'll find a way to save them. I know we will. I cannot allow it. This is my burden to bear. I shall bear it alone. Rest assured, I have every intention of making it out alive. Very well. For the time being, I'll have the revolutionaries stand by and await my signal. An opportunity to reclaim Werlet may yet present itself, but we must first be allowed to remove the threat of this new weapon. Severa, have Sid ready to G-Warrior. Understood. Once your preparations are complete, let us reconvene outside the hangar. All right. Mecha anime. Sometime earlier, in the 7th Legion's Werlet headquarters. How wonderful it is to see you again, my dear. I was beginning to think you weren't coming back. In my impatience, I may have vented my frustrations on that brother of yours. I do hope you'll forgive me. Lord Valens, you mentioned before the previous weapons were merely prototypes used to gather combat data within their cores. Oh, yes, very good. I see you were paying attention after all. Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, those primals they absorbed and the data they accumulated will serve a singular purpose. The completion of my masterpiece, the diamond weapon. But while you and your siblings were able to retrieve the necessary data from the Ruby weapon before Gaius and his lackey arrived, sapphire and emerald were handed to the enemy on a silver platter. Those worthless curs failed to meet even my exceedingly low expectations. As detailed in my report, I took it upon myself to infiltrate Gas Belsar's band of rebels and reclaim the data. Yes, you've done well, my dear. My engineers have already finished feeding it into the diamond weapon. Then all that remains is for me to assume my role as pilot, and for you to release my brother and the rest of our compatriots as per our agreement. Of course. A handful of savages is a small price to pay for your remarkable talents. Even though the weapons project's revolutionary technology allows even an untrained pilot to fight with the skills of a veteran soldier, only the truly gifted can draw out the full potential of the synthetic aurosite. In addition to their physical attributes and combat prowess, I require unwavering loyalty before I can ever consider entrusting a candidate with one of my creations. And you are everything I desire. I'm honored you regard me so highly, my Lord Valens. However, in return to my continued cooperation, I wish to propose an extra condition to our arrangement. I request the people of Werlich be given full imperial citizenship and the right to self-govern. My, how very bold of you. And quite astute at that. Yes, I could grant the people of Werlich citizenship if I so desired. Unfortunately, a mere legata such as myself is in no position to simply relinquish control of imperial territory on a whim. Come on now, we both know the weapons are but a means to an end. Your true intent is to march on the capital and claim it for yourself, correct? Once you've taken the throne, one small territory would seem a fair reward for those who played a vital role in the ascension of Emperor Valens. I say, for someone so sweet and innocent, you certainly drive a hard bargain. Very well, if it's Werlich you want, it's yours. I'll soon have no need for this stinking backwater province anyway. And what of my brother? Oh, yes, Ulrich, or was it Alfred? Whatever his name is, you needn't worry. I've made a special arrangement for him. He'll be perfectly safe, provided you uphold your side of the agreement. Excellent. Now, let's get you aboard the diamond weapon, shall we? Diamond weapon. One step closer to my coronation. This is the moment I've been waiting for. I know it isn't what Father would have wanted, but it's the only way. Please forgive me. Have we taken into account that guy would be an awful ruler? It might be great to put him on the throne of Garlemald. He'll destroy it within minutes. Just through sheer incompetence. Initiating the synthetic aurosite system. All sensors activated. So far, so good. Diamond weapon, codenamed Zenus. Commencing activation sequence. Behold, perfection itself. In India, Rakan and Rex gave their lives, that others may live without fear. Our side's taken hold. I'm just glad you didn't have to go through this, Alphonse. You'll have to go on without me. You and Father must still work together to... I'm sorry, I can't be there by your side. This is the only way. What's that, my dear? Is something the matter? The damned weapon's mine. Your tyranny ends here, Valens. Got to go into overdrive, and then you lose all of yourself. Lowborn filth. Lowborn filth. If you think your little performance had me fooled, you're sorely mistaken. What are you waiting for? Shut it down. Yes, sir, my lord. Transmitting the activation signal. It's not responding. That insolent whelp had me worried for a moment. Bring her to me. Alive. Even if it means damaging the machine. When I'm through with her, she will beg for death. Get her out of there. No, it can't end like this. Melisandre, Rakan, Rex, guide my hand. Alphonse, wherever you are, lend me your strength. Combat signal ready. Initiating overmind. Subject name. Overmind? What's that? This can't be. It's ignoring the shutdown signal and initiating overmind. But how? I don't care how. Stop that thing before it brings down the whole damn castle. Wow. Bye. Ready to depart? I'll send for Master Garland. Bill expected another weapon to appear sooner or later, but not quite like this. According to Veladon, after it finished laying waste to the headquarters of the 7th Legion, it took to the sky. Though this has dealt a massive blow to the Imperial forces, I'm certain Allie's on board the weapon. It must be halted before she comes to harm, and for that, we need the G-Warrior and airships to transport it. I see that one thing hasn't changed since your days of the Black Wolf, your penchant for gigantic war mechana. But if this means the G-Warrior has another chance to shine, I'll be happy to oblige. Only this time, rather than having it unceremoniously towed by airships, I have a more dynamic entrance in mind. It's good to see you all again, Pieta. From what I hear, we have you to thank for Albinia volunteering to help the Ironworks. Since she joined the team, our work has come in leaps and bounds. I'm just grateful for the opportunity to finally put my knowledge and skills to good use. As far as I can tell, your target's the diamond weapon, the most powerful of them all. What's worse, its design incorporates all the combat data and the abilities of other weapons, making it far more formidable than those you encountered before. Thankfully, we've had some time to prepare for such an occasion. Would you care to elaborate? Let me put it like this. Thanks to Adilia's tireless dedication, the G-Warrior has been reborn. But there'll be time to explain more on the way. Come, the Enterprise is waiting. All right. A chance to do another mecha anime. Very impressive, but may I ask what purpose it serves? Since our objective is to rescue the pilot, we've added a means of capturing the diamond weapon. We come to save lives, not to end them, and for that reason, the G-Warrior has been reborn. I present to you, the G-Savior. Meow. Once again, Sid and his engineers have provided precisely what we require before we even knew it ourselves. And due to the added complexity, we'll have Gaius pilot while Piotr handles the various armaments. Agreed. There will be little opportunity for us to grow accustomed to our roles, but even so, we must succeed at all costs. Cloud deck is now accessible. Alright, I'll be right back. Potty and then cloud deck. Go. And the turn flip, just say the word. Follow the turn flip. Nyar. Look at Breaking Brick Mountains again. And we'll go from there to the rest. warm welcome, huh? Time to face the truth. To the Crystarium! Oh boy, someone else will get the ban. Oh man, so much banning, so little time. Convinced of the Crystal Exarch, just say the word and I would be happy to escort you to the Ocular. The others were quite shocked to hear what we found in Lakeland. But now that you're here, there's a proposal I should like to make. I've been spending a great deal of time in the Cabinet of Curiosity, and of late I've noticed more and more people perusing books on history, the years leading up to the Flood in particular. I suspect they know, or they wish to know, more about the Warriors of Light, as well as they should. But nearly everything I've come across describes them as sin-eaters or worse. Regardless of whether or not this Warrior of Light is who they claim to be, I worry that their sudden appearance, in conjunction with this renewed interest in predecessors, may lead to growing unrest and fear. If the people of Crystarium seek the truth, I say we give it to them. I, too, can attest to the falsehoods found within many of the Cabinet's tomes, with nary a mention of the noble deeds of Ardbert and his comrades. To be fair, they bear some responsibility for the Flood, but when the tale is told again and again over the course of a century, I'm not surprised to see their roles distorted and then painted as villains. Were it not for the records stored within the Crystal Tower, I'd have had no reason to question the narrative. Unfortunately, that knowledge was of no use, for when I arrived here in the first, their reputation had already been irreparably tarnished. That said, there still remains those who worked tirelessly to defend their good name in those early days following the Flood. Considering all the good they had done, I find it a wonder they needed defending at all. They brought to justice the man who misused my knowledge to bring about the fall of Volbert. That such heroes could be spoken of in the same breath as sin-eaters is absurd. Under normal circumstances, I would agree, but as time passed, those who knew firsthand of their deeds dwindled. In the end, only one truth remained. They were the cause of the Flood. With the world on the brink of oblivion, it was all too easy for the Warriors of Light to become the villains deserving only of resentment and hate. At that point, the truth mattered little. It would not change their lot. Thanks to all of you, however, their lot has changed. Now they need a long-forgotten truth. And now they may heed the long-forgotten truth. You claimed it was Ardbert who hoped to overcome Emmett Selch, correct? Such a revelation would do well to sway the hearts of those who knew him only as a villain. I've shared this with a select few, but one and all must be told of this sacrifice. To that end, I say we proceed with Orphedo's plan. Call together the people of the Crystarium and recount to them the true tale of the Warriors of Light and the Flood that followed in their wake. Had to take my pill this morning. Well, what say you, Peter? So yeah, let's do it. All right, let's go. I actually kind of wish we'd done this sooner. In hindsight, I agree, but better late than never, no? Exarch, might I ask you to continue working with Beklug and our means of returning home? The rest of us will see to gathering the people of the Crystarium in XIV. We have to reach out to anyone and everyone who would be willing to lend an ear. With any luck, word will spread, and more will accompany them. Oh my. A lot of people I need to talk to. Fortunately, the dancer is especially well equipped to move long distances quickly. Pieter, my, what a wonderful surprise. Pieter, my, what a wonderful surprise. Though I hope your being here doesn't mean someone's been hurt. But thanks to you, I've had far fewer patients coming through my door of late, which is a shame to come to think of it. A few opportunities to test out new medicines. I'm kidding, of course. Just of course. It's actually been quite pleasant to have a few moments to myself now and again. Yeah, I need to tell you about something. The truth about the Warriors of Light, but the Exarch's already spoken with me about them. Well, if there's more to tell, I'd very much like to hear it. Hey there, Brakey. So you stop calling you that. Come to browse wares at the market, have you? Well, I can guarantee you'll have no trouble finding what you need, whatever it may be. Under Yulmo's new leadership, trade has never been more prosperous. Word is that fellow of the Daedalus Stoneworks has taken over as mayor. Did he really? Little wonder business is booming the way it is. I imagine it won't be long before all of Novrod reaps the benefits. But you've not come all this way to talk about the market. Something on your mind? Oh yeah, this, that, and the other. I see. The Exarch did mention they had something to do with your returning knight to Novrod. All right, consider my interest piqued. Zoomy! He says zoom. Well, well, to what do I owe the pleasure? Wrong voice. Well, to what do I owe the pleasure? Whatever it is, I must ask you to be brief. With the night return, visitors have been flocking to the Crystarium. I find myself too busy by half. I don't mind it, though. Seeing the stars are full of life and excitement, one can almost forget that whatever happened. I have things to talk about. The Warriors of Light, well, yes, the Exarch has mentioned them before. Everyone knows them now as cardinal virtues. Or are you suggesting there's more to it than that? Oh yeah, there's some more. Well, you've yet to steer us wrong, so I'm willing to hear what you have to say. That's good. Hey there, Catless. And well, what a coincidence. I was just reading over a letter I received from Ronald not long ago. It says a visitor from the Crystarium found him at the bottom of the ocean. Really inspired him to reach new artistic heights. Well, I can only think of that one person who was capable of such feats. And I'd say the latter is far more impressive. I think fate can bring the two of you together in such a place. Yeah, I need to actually talk to you about the Warriors of Light, not me. I'm sorry, did you say the Exarch didn't tell us the whole story of the Warriors of Light? Oh, whatever is left unsaid, I'm all ears. Forgive the expression. On to the Cabinet of Curiosity. Upstairs we go. No, this can't be. Surely there's at least one book here that does not cast the Warriors of Light and their deeds in such a negative light. Actually, I'm here to talk to you about the Warriors of Light. Peter, forgive me, but the Cabinet of Curiosity has been bustling with visitors of late. I fear our repository lacks for the knowledge they seek. The people wish to know the truth of the Flood and of the Warriors of Light. I've searched high and low, but alas, every account betrays them as no better than sin-eaters, abominations, worthy only of scorn and resentment. I know they're not always judged so harshly, yet I can find no proof. And I dare call myself a librarian. That's fine. Did you address the people and tell them the truth of the Warriors of Light? Of the Flood? How wonderful. You've regaled me with the tale once before, but I should love to hear it again. Oh, and you may be assured I will not come alone. That's good. Whee! Not lost to me that door's giant. Kind of like the Ascians of old. There you are. Between the four of us, I dare say we've swept at the Crystarium from top to bottom. Now we need but wait for the people to gather.
Yes, this looks to be nearly everyone. Let us begin, shall we? Though I am usually the first to hold forth at such events, I think on this occasion that honor should fall to you.
They would be more inclined to take the word of the Warrior of Darkness.
Indeed. In light of the subject matter, who better than thee to speak these truths?
Sure. Once upon a time, there was a bunny, and he won. The end. But before that, there were these other guys, and they fought, and they won. But they won so much that they lost. It's actually quite unfortunate that you live long enough, you'll become the villains of your own story.
Wicked White. The Warriors of Light did all that?
So they never... I mean, they only ever wanted to help. And when everything they'd done turned to ash, they still carried on.
They gave everything to stop the Flood. First their lives, then their souls. And they managed it too, in the end. They saved us. And we cursed their names.
This should go a long way towards clearing the air.
At the Crystarium, anyway. Hello there.
Impossible.
General Kenobi. You can see him too now.
I definitely see something. You don't think it's a ghost, do you?
I fought the ghost already.
Yonder standeth no bloodless apparition, but a warrior of light and darkness both. Ardbert.
What in the world?
It's you! The one who slew the Eater!
That it should be the warrior of darkness who brought the truth to light. You've saved me a fair bit of time. Though I have a few words of my own to say, if I may.
No, silence the heretic. I'm kidding. Yes, go ahead.
People of the Crystarium! I am Ardbert. One of those you know as a warrior of light.
That's impossible. You should be dead.
Oh yes, very.
Aye, that I should. But as the world has been given new life, so too have I. I know not why I, and I alone, have been gifted this chance. But I do know this. Only by the will of the star itself could such a miracle come to pass. The hero who stands before you now, the warrior of darkness, is not of this world. And the day will come when he must return to his home. But this land is our home. And if it is to remain so, now and forevermore, it is we who must protect it. The time to rely on saviors from afar has passed. It is you who must rise. You who must become the new warriors of light.
What? Us? Warriors of light?
None of us were born heroes, my friend. I was only ever a man with a thirst for adventure. But wherever my journeys took me, I was invariably confronted with the same choice. To lend what aid I could to those in need, or not. And I always chose the former. Any one of you could do the same. All you need is the will to help your fellow man, and the resolve to see it through.
From thine own lips did we learn of Ardbert's fate, and by thy countenance I gather thou art not inclined to recant thy testimony. Yet whosoever this man may be, his words hold truth and resonate with the citizenry besides. For us to voice our doubts here and now would serve but to sow disquiet. 'Twere better we retired unto the ocular and there discuss this matter in private.
Go. I will stay here and watch.
Alright. I hope it really is you.
So, that is a warrior of light of the first. I've not had the pleasure of making his acquaintance, but as you all seem to be in agreement, I gather this is no simple case of mistaken identity.
As far as I was able to discern, that was indeed Ardbert. It has been a long time, but not that long. Could he truly have been resurrected as he claims?
It looks like him and sounds like him, but it isn't him.
Ardbert did entrust his very soul unto thee. I see no reason to question thy judgment.
Nor I. To my eyes, your ether burns as brightly as the day you slew Emmett Selk. That is proof that he is with you still.
Yet that which standeth now before the people is far more than a passing imitation. I am reminded of the cardinal virtues, though a sin-eater he is not. Which leaveth but one plausible explanation.
Do tell.
That he is an Ascian.
Given their fondness for posthumous possession, I would have to agree.
But the body is gone.
From what I understand, the Warriors of Light were laid to rest in Yulmore by those whom they had aided in life. At the time, some few still remembered them as heroes. Needless to say, 4 of them were subsequently exhumed to serve as the virtues. And if one knew where to look, Ardbert too would not have been difficult to find.
Assuming then that this is indeed the work of an Ascian, my mind inevitably turns to the last remaining paragon to survive the Sundering.
Elidibus. That Xenos hath reclaimed his own flesh is known. Thus evicted from his borrowed form, and cognizant no doubt of Emmett Selk's failure here in the first, 'tis quite possible the emissary chose Ardbert for his next vessel.
Inhabiting the flesh of the fallen? Why, that is unsavory. And they do this often, you say?
Oh yeah, very often.
Verily, for they possess no corporeal forms of their own. In what one may term their natural state, none save those gifted with the echo can perceive them. Indeed, when Elidibus intruded upon the waking sands, his presence did go unmarked by all save Minfilia and the Warrior of Light. On that occasion, I myself remained ignorant of his coming until after his departure. It was only at a later juncture, when he deigned to appear before me in borrowed flesh, that I was finally able to take the measure of him. In such puppetry do the Ascians engage when they seek to influence the course of history.
And they have gained much by it. Emmett Selk single-handedly built the Garlean Empire in this manner, while the Hebrea came close to conquering Eorzea, having taken possession of Thancred's living body.
Yet it must needs be noted that the Ascians cannot avail themselves of all mortal vessels. For were they able to do so, none would serve as a better pawn than our own redoubtable champion. Mayhap the blessing of light shieldeth Hydaelyn's chosen from Ascian influence. Or mayhap other forces are at work. We cannot say for certain.
Yeah.
Whatever the reason, I hope it holds true. I dare not contemplate what might come to pass otherwise.
Is it not peculiar, then, that Ardbert's mortal remains should be susceptible, given that he was once a warrior of light? Or did the final departure of his soul make it possible, perhaps? Regardless, to hear an Ascian use him to call forth new warriors of light boggles the mind.
Elidibus hath ever been an enigma, his ostensible purpose being to preserve the balance between light and dark. When he made overtures towards me, however, I was afforded a glimpse behind the mask of the self-appointed emissary. I shall not defend mine actions, undertaken in pursuit of a better understanding of our foe as either wise or prudent. Nevertheless, what little I did glean may...
Now, prove useful.
Elidibus possesseth a subtle mind, practiced in the art of manipulation. That he coaxed this star's most valiant heroes as far as the source with naught save half-truths is no trifling feat. And now I believe he doth employ his skills once more to some as yet unknown end. Though naught is certain, should my suspicions prove true, we shall have need of all our wits if we are to uncover and thereafter thwart his plot.
Agreed. 'Tis plain that simply speaking out against him will not avail us. At best, it would only serve to confuse the people. And I would hesitate to do anything which might tarnish Ardbert's reputation once more, nor yours by association.
Right.
That being the case, it may be wise to keep a covert eye on this Ardbert's movements, as we attempt to discern his purpose and how best to mitigate his influence.
All right.
His performance appears to have concluded. What now? Go back out and follow him?
'Twould appear Master Alphino already hath pursuit in mind, and I suspect one pair of eyes shall better serve our cause than half a dozen. Let the rest of us maintain an inconspicuous distance, for the present at least.
Quest complete. You did well to dispel the falsehoods surrounding the Warriors of Light with their actions prior to the Flood. Though I must say, the reappearance of Ardbert, or rather one who appropriated his identity, was a rather curious development. He's an impostor, that there is no doubt, but to the masses he'll appear as a hero returned from the grave.
After the Warriors of Light were laid to rest in Yulmore, the people prayed fervently for the gods to deliver them from their plight, prayed that these fallen heroes be born again for their sacrifices. What bitter irony.
I, for one, would like to know why Ardbert urged the people to become Warriors of Light themselves. We take action. We must needs ascertain his intent. Let us pray that Master Alphino returneth soon with that most essential knowledge. For now, I think it best to apprise Thancred and Rin of our efforts. When we do confront Albert, we should no doubt have need of their strength. Agreed. I think it prudent that we all take measures to prepare for what's to come. Beck-Luke and I will continue our research into how we might improve the spirit vessel, that it might one day carry you home. I think it's time I returned to the Great Wood. Until now, everything we've learned of the Ascians has been handed to us at their leisure. But that would be one of Emexelk's unique failings. I have no reason to think Elidus will be as forthcoming. Fortunately, I recently received word that from Fano, that heretofore unexplored chambers have been discovered deep within the Katana Ravel. Almet believes the relics will tell of a great calamity that befell the ancient civilization, that of the Ascians, perhaps. They may lead us to the truths we seek. You mean the ruins of the Great Serpent? The Great Serpent? I see you've been studying your Ronkan history too, but no, I've heard nothing relating to the wood's protector. Still, should it prove relevant to what lies ahead, your expertise would prove invaluable. All right, I can provide what help I can. When you're ready, make for Fano. Almet and her sisters will be expecting us. Then let us be about our tasks. Pray, give my regards to the bees. All right. Duty in the sky with diamond. I see what you did there. Welcome, allies of Ronka. We have accomplished much since you last came. With the Light Warden dead and his minions dispersed, we have at last reclaimed our hunting grounds near Riftika Falls. It was there we discovered more ruins. Although we ran afoul of no traps while exploring its halls, we determined that the innermost chambers were warded by magic. We were all in agreement. Before any investigation could proceed, you should be summoned. How grateful that you did. And for what you've told me, I strongly suspect the wisdom within my comrades and I seek can be found there. This wisdom could prove invaluable, for we will soon face a foe whose greatest asset is our ignorance. I see. Well, then it's good you've come. For Ronkat was once home of the greatest of weapons, knowledge and understanding. And it's our duty to ensure you and yours do not want for either. That said, we must proceed with caution. To have reached the inner chambers unmolested suggests a more formidable deterrent yet lies within. Come now, surely any threat sleeping within the ruins pale in comparison to those we faced thus far. Well, this is not a game, sister. You should not be so eager to run headlong into danger. Oh, and who is it pining for the return of our allies when we might venture into the ruins, clutching her staff at night, wishing it were... Wait, what? You promised not to tell. What? 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 Okay. And I suggest we get going. Get back here. Remind me, exactly how old are you and your sisters? On second thought, perhaps it's best I do not know. Pray forgive their overzealous nature. None save we three have been privileged to escort you and yours into the ruin and bear witness to its secrets. Their hearts now burn with a curiosity that's not so easily satiated. Please, you needn't apologize. As a seeker of knowledge myself, I understand full well their enthusiasm, and if not for your sedulous efforts to protect the ruins, we would not be afforded this opportunity. Speaking of which, I believe I have kept you away from the ruins long enough. Come, let us make for the Katana Ravel. All right. Oh. I feel oddly ill-equipped to venture inside, but with you here, I'm sure things will work out. It's most strange for these halls to be left unguarded. Have care when breaking the seal of the chamber door. Danger surely awaits us on the other side. When you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. We'll do Cloud Deck in a moment. Let's do it.
Come. our new discoveries are to be found this way.
The people of Ronka are known to have venerated animals, but these features do not match those of any indigenous species. This is no common beast. Though that much is plain from its proportions.
Primal?
Lifelike, is it not? One could almost imagine it breathed. Why you... Ugh.
This owl, by contrast, seems no different from the others we've seen.
The sealed door lies ahead. As you see, one statue is missing. I expect we are meant to replace it as before.
If we take it off of that one statue, is it going to come to life?
Too simple. There will be some additional defense mechanism.
Right.
Just a moment. There are words carved into the stone. He who would disturb a hero's deserved slumber
They're just going to do that,
shall
aren't they?
instead waken the beast and know his folly. Wait! Don't!
What? But I only... What is happening? Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, it lives!
Why am I not surprised? Prepare yourselves.
Pretty easy to see that one coming. Wow. It has boobs. Hello? Oh boy. What? They've turned into cards? You trespass mortal upon sacred ground. The retribution 4 souls have I bound. Yet to heroes proven, learned, and wise, a comrade's soul shall be their prize. If you wish to set theirs free, answer me these riddles 3. Waka! Deft of paw, with kin do I vie. Though sought apart, bitterment of the whole, the efforts to scry. What am I? pearl. Alas, 'twas the Opo, keen and shrewd, the spirit exalts ingenuity, a virtue with Ronkins to prosperity pursue. This mistake a single talisman should I take. The fearsome Fang I travel with pack. Together we find harmony, and thus for peace our land does not lack. Wolf. Indeed, it is the spirit of the wolf whose doctrine praised, that we should know peace and harmony at the end of their days. The riddles that you did discern. Thus will your soul remains. What happened? My belly do I crawl, but my strength and security reign within our hall. What am I? I'll be Snake. Yeah, there's Snake. Indeed, the dread sermon to protector. Lured to slumber, ere it tear the word asunder. The riddles answer you to discern, and thus to you a soul remains. Well, thanks. Desire you that which I claim, another shall play a game. That's of mind and memory. Choose wisely, and you may all go free. Twixt these talismans hide friend and foe. Choose your companions well, or sorrow know. Met has returned to me. Return his shoulder to you. Have some meaning to our arrangement? Your comrades are assembled together at last. Yet there remains one last trial that you must pass. If you would glean the knowledge enshrined in this earth, I would first take the measure of your worth. One worthy of she who the Ronkins extolled must be strong of body, mind, and soul. Oh, I was expecting to find her in the ruins. Careful, sisters. Get out before she strikes. Mistress suddenly stole her. Hurry, you must protect her. Sacrifice, which of you will pay the price? You have to hurry, you must have to save him. Let's see.
This is going to leave a mark. Let us see how you handle this.
Field 1 is only just begun.
This and that and this.
Gather around me. And force them. Leave them to me. Not waste time with this line. Focus on the Guardian. Show them your all. Well, thought hero, this trial is complete. The way is open, thus I concede defeat.
Twould seem the magics have returned us. How polite. Now, what have we learned?
Ah, we were bound to run into a living statue eventually. And now we can open the door.
So not much.
He who would disturb a hero's deserved slumber. A tomb, just as I thought. Befitting a hero.
So one of the V's, a great V from the past.
She is Vis. Could it be the Archmage Tiuna?
I mean, sure, why not?
A legendary hero of Ronka, as you surmised. The tales tell of how she smote entire armies with a single incantation, so potent was her spellcraft. Though she ever fought in the name of peace.
I thought them no more than tales. To think she really existed.
Well, I for one always believed.
I wonder. By the light of fallen stars, great power awakens.
Tuna was not only a master of spellcraft. It is said she could see truths long lost and hear the voices of men's hearts.
Naught less than the echo, in which case, none of this is mere coincidence. A shower of stars setting the sky aflame. And in both this world and the Source, we find individuals within whom a mysterious power awakened at the sight. We can never unpick the why of it. Now, however, I believe we might. Does the scene depicted here not resemble the one we saw when we first ventured into the Katana Ravel? Moreover, does it not recall that which Emmett Selk invited us to witness in Amarot?
Right.
The final days. If, as the XIV's research suggests, soul and mind share a fragile yet profound bond, might it not be possible for an event to leave such a deep imprint upon the soul that it could be perceived eons later, given a suitable trigger? The echo defies explanation by conventional etherological theory, or shall we say modern etherological theory. But if it is a power that once belonged to the ancients, to souls yet undivided...
What are you getting at?
It would seem I have entered the realm of pure speculation, and I call myself a scholar. I shall refrain from making any further wild claims until such time as I have evidence. Still, I cannot choose but be reminded of our experience in Amarot.
Then you must recall Emmett Selk's dying request.
Remember us.
History is learned, not lived. We have always protected the tales of Ronka, just as we have protected this place. But we are mindful of what our mothers taught us. We see the past through our own eyes, and speak of it with our own words. Thus do we come to understand it in our own way. But this is not the same as remembering.
Your mothers were wise. Though we witnessed the final days, our impressions cannot fail to be colored by our own experiences and expectations. Those who lived through it would have perceived the event quite differently. We must bear in mind that it is no simple matter to keep the truth alive, or it will die with Emmett Selk and his kin. But we have disturbed Tuna long enough. Fanau will serve similarly well as a venue for our contemplations.
By your prints of expression, I take it the tomb has given you much to think about. That is well. In time, the knowledge you have gleaned will lead to understanding, and thus arm you to what is to come. Before you leave, however, I would speak again of the teachings of our forebears. Our histories are learned, not lived. The legend of Tiona and her exploits has been told countless times over the centuries, yet it is handed from one generation to the next. And as it does so, the story changes. With each telling of the tale, there are new flourishes, details changed or lost. We can never truly know how she lived, for we were not there to see it. But we are here now to bear witness to your life. We have seen the change you have wrought. The echoes will endure long after you are gone, and though it too will change in time, I swear to you, we shall do our best to preserve the story.
I hope you'll forgive me if I don't make an oath of my own. But I think it goes without saying we could never misspeak of your heroism. Perish the thought, as long as you are here, there are none amongst the Vias who would not know of all you have done for Novant. You're not deserving such reverence, but we are grateful all the same. You can be certain we will have our own tales to tell of the great guardians of Antica and the ruins of Wonka. I pray you safe travels, then. As ever, we will await your return with open arms. Although we've learned not of the Asing, the insight we gained to the Echo made our trip worthwhile. Before I return to the Crystarium, however, there is a small matter I would ask you to attend to instead of know. Might I trouble you to come with me? Oh, sure. Thank you. After we arrive, we should have a brief word with Renard. Quickly get this summoner thing taken care of, shall we? Lahiland. I accidentally skipped through, so I was like, let's just go ahead. Give it a little time first before we actually do stuff. Several wood raiders have entered the ruins and made off with countless artifacts. Judging by the ways in which they've been treated as mere playthings, I think we can rule out the possibility of them having been trained for this purpose by enterprising thieves or the like. Unfortunately, by the time I call for assistance from my fellow wardens, these beasts will have escaped me. We can only retrieve the treasures. So let's do it. We do still have some relics. Be able to recover the artifacts. But you see they're intact. Once they're properly cleaned, and we'll turn them to ruins. That's not the luck of the relics after all. You have a sharp eye indeed. Good right there. Thank you for all you've done. To go to Slitherbow. All right, you're back. Kitty wanted to be on TV. To be honest, I wouldn't mind Kitty being on TV. It would just be in my lap. Peter, it's good to see you. You've arrived at the most opportune time. I was preparing to put on my famous stool. Come, I'll make a place ready for you. I'm sorry, Renard. We haven't... Please, I insist. It'll only take a minute. Oh, my apologies, Peter. It seems our return to the Crystarium will be delayed. And perhaps only for a bit, if you'll assist me with my work. I say work, but it's rather more of a chore. I must clean the chambers here in Slitherbow from top to bottom. If you'd be so kind as to fetch a broom from Eskia, and we might finish before Renard has done cooking. Come on up. A broom from Master Matoya. I cannot imagine why she would have need for such a thing, but here you are. It's all but sturdy and sure to suffice. Yes, lots and lots of furs. I trust Asker was able to find a broom for us. Yes, he has a broom. Oh, well worn. Good, this will prove difficult otherwise. But I must say, I think it rather well for not having a broom thus far. I think I did rather well for not having a broom thus far. What are you even talking about? Yes, well, you weren't buried beneath a veritable avalanche of books when you entered, were you? Right. Anyway, it's time I finished cleaning with the help of that broom. Broom! Here comes the broom! You're gonna do the Matoya thing, huh? With that broom right there. You didn't honestly think I'd do it the old-fashioned way. The broom is more than capable of sweeping by itself. Or rather, it will be. Time to rise, to swish and sweep. A tidy chamber you must keep. To this task you shall be bound, until no dust is to be found. In this one particular respect, I have no objections to following in Master Matoya's footsteps. In the future, I may need you to remind me the pursuit of knowledge does not preclude other equally important duties, such as maintaining clean quarters of said pursuit. Oh, I dearly miss this place and these people. Master Matoya, if you'll pardon the interruption, the stew's ready. Ready. Is something troubling you? You seem rather quiet. No, everything's fine, I assure you. It's just been a long day, is all. I see. Isha, thank goodness you're still here. Alfino, I thought you were following Ardbert. I was. I'm sad to say I lost track of him shortly after entering these woods. He seemed determined to traverse every ilm of Norbrand in his quest to spread the truth about the Warriors of Light and the Flood. It seems news of your address at the Crystarium precedes him at every destination, making his task all the more simple. It remains to be seen to what end he encourages the people to become Warriors of Light themselves. But there's no denying his words have struck a chord with many. Well, I'll agree this is just another Ascian ploy, yes? They've commandeered corpses before, and to no good end. I see no reason to think this time was any different, especially when it's with a fallen Warrior of Light. I doubt we'll learn more if we remain a step behind. His next destination is, in all likelihood, Slethervale. And let's say, are you certain you should be here? If you're concerned about Halric and the others, you needn't be. The treatment is going well, but progress is slow and exhausting. For all of us. The best thing we can do now is let them rest. So I believe we're about to discuss how to arrange a meeting with our would-be Warrior of Light. Before visiting any towns or villages, Ardbert would hunt down and slay a nearby sin-eater earn the Noko's trust. My best chance of getting ahead of him is to find one before he does. Thankfully, Thancred and Wien are returned from the empty and have taken up the search. Rin believeth that one may lurk beneath the boughs of woven oath. And there's the one we should start our search. All right. Master Matoya. A warm bowl of stew will be waiting upon your return. I look forward to it. Oh. Poor dude thinks he's being abandoned.
If you were hoping to vent your frustrations on our Issa friend here, I can only apologize.
Few as they are now, it took us no time at all to track it down.
That suits our purpose perfectly. Now we need only wait for Ardbert to arrive.
Weren't you two meant to be attending to the empty?
We were indeed, and we've made a certain amount of progress. So we thought we might see how the rest of the world was getting on. From what we can gather, the answer is strangely.
Right now, we think we can do more good here.
It is heartening to have all present.
Indeed. We will be glad of the additional hands should matters escalate.
Our quarry has come.
It seems I've lost this particular race. Although I suppose it's only fair. When we first met, it was I who outpaced you. Ravana, was it? But where are my manners? I wouldn't be here were it not for you, and I have yet to say a word of thanks.
Ask whether he was just over here.
Poor fellow. He will be sorely missed.
Just a moment. Hello. so many. So many spam calls. Indeed, Ardbert.
Very well. Let us forego this pretense. After all, it was never you that I needed to deceive. Yes, it is I, Elizabeth. Through your time in Emet-Selk's imitation of our home, I dare say you have gained a better understanding of my role since last we met. Not that it matters.
We understand your role, emissary, but not your goal. What is it that you seek to achieve?
I seek to enact the will of the Convocation, of course. If it helps you to think of me as but another Ascian, no different in nature or purpose from the rest, you are welcome to do so.
Once, I would have said your goal was destruction alone. Now I understand that you fight for something you love, just as we do. Yet though we seem doomed to clash, I bid you consider Emet-Selk's final words. Remember that we once lived, he said. Had he not seen some glimmer of hope in our kind, I do not believe he would have spoken thus.
Indeed.
None better understood your plight than he. His words must surely be worthy of your consideration.
Emet-Selk. How very unlike you to err so gravely. That one should stray at the end of so onerous a path is understandable. But I had thought you above such weakness. Mayhap you thought the same. Would that I had been present to offer correction. But I shall do so now, as is my duty, and return all to its proper course. As for you, look at yourselves. Look at your history. Look back 100 short years to how your greatest warriors were undone. And now, at but a word from me, you raise your hands in answer like the puppets you are. Naught has changed. You fail, and you fail, and you learn nothing. Allow that which is most important to slip through your fumbling fingers like so many grains of sand, again and again and again, and you would remember us. You do forget yourselves. There is no common ground to be found between you and I. Nor do I require any. I have my duty.
Wait!
Well, we have confirmed the identity of our foe at least. And 'tis safe to say his objective is the rejoining.
But we still have no idea how playing the part of a warrior of light will further his cause, nor why he would spur others to do the same.
Another visit to the Tempest may shed some light upon these mysteries. Whether we are to exchange words or blows with Elidibus at our next meeting, the fact remains, we know too little. Ere our paths cross again, I would learn more of the world that once was, and of Elidibus himself. In this, we would be best served going directly to his home, much as Emmett Selk came to ours.
Though I see the wisdom in thy suggestion, the Amarot we visited is but a phantom born of Emmett Selk's memory. I fear it will teach us little that we do not already know.
I quite agree. Yet the ruins of the actual city remain unexplored. Given the vastness of the Tempest, I should not be surprised were there more such structures like to those in which the Ondo reside.
Now, there's a lot to be learned, I want to know.
A man after my own heart.
Assuming we are all in agreement, then I suggest we first pay a visit to the Ondo. If anyone can tell us where more ruins are to be found, it is them.
Quite. Hope he knows the right of it. Let us pay a visit to the Ondo. We should speak with Tushath first. As chieftain, he's doubtless privy to many great secrets. Finished, have you? Hopefully speaking with those folks helped impress upon you that this wasn't just some menial errand anyone could have done. No, the slightest misstep of the banner delivery process would have spelled disaster, you hear? And now without further ado, let the carnival begin. That's so rudely interrupted last time. Zumi. Ah, well. No need to stand there waiting for someone to give you more work to do. Go witness the fruits of your labors. Revel, frolic, etc. If you need a task that badly, you can set yourself to working up an appetite. I expect you to partake heartily of our traditional cuisine, not to mention the drinks. Drink! It's required. Don't spare me these menial tasks. If I see one more streamer... Why, if it isn't Peter, an absolutely red rag of tedious carnival duties, no doubt. I had the honor of delivering the banners, thank you very much. Oh, and I suppose you were told it was incredibly important, were you? Well, try not to let it get to your head. Speaking of your head, I expect it just might explode when you see the key in action.
Yes, the key. Don't tell me you've forgotten. All of this festival nonsense is an unnecessary distraction. But Konog and I did manage to make some real progress while the chief wasn't looking. If you want the details, and I know you do, you'll have to meet us at the usual place. The last thing we need is half a village drunk in the eavesdropping. All right. See ya. Well, the excavation tunnels. There you are. Let's review our work, shall we? Doubtless you've forgotten some significant detail. As hopefully even you will recall, we required the source of energy to restore functionality to the so-called key 2P told us about. We obtained said source from the form of some knocker crystalline carapace, but the transfers of energy from crystal to key proved quite the challenge. Nothing that Konog and I and my infinite wisdom couldn't handle, though. However, you'll find that faith in us well rewarded. The key is now fully powered and, as far as we can tell, functional, so I dare say we'll soon be capable of smiting our enemies with the press of a button. Or we would be if we had the first clue how to operate the blasted thing. Indeed, it seems the key is a more complicated device than we anticipated. Thus far, we have succeeded only in making it display a series of strange glyphs. We presented these to the pod for translation, of course, but we cannot make heads nor tails of its terminology, no matter how many times we prompt it to explain. The androids appear to have an intuitive, or at least finely honed grasp of technology, so I have no doubt that 2P would know, but, she's shown no signs of miraculously awaking, that's for certain. You, Pod, can 2P be revived? Analyzing android repair sequence. Error detected. Confirming details. Damage to internal mechanism detected. Proposal. Replace the damaged part. So with the replacement part, repair is possible? I dare say facilitating that process will prove more efficient than continuing our own fruitless experimentation with a key. I'd hardly call wandering the factory for days on end with the barest idea of what sort of part we're looking for efficient. So unless our friend here is just happening to stumble upon a room filled with android corpses ripe for harvesting. Oh yeah, the corpse room, that's a thing. Odd but superlative. You'll take us there at once. We'll bring Pod, too. It could tell us if any of the androids we have the part we need. Onward! And then enter the copied factory. Whee!
just a little bit faster, shall we? And here we are at the destination. In the chat mode, say, using keyboard, software keyboard, enter a new phrase containing anog to attract the easily distracted dwarf's attention. Oi, anog. Over here, is it? Canog, Pod, stop dallying. How disturbing. The color of the garb is different, but they do appear to be the same make as 2P. Which means, ghoulish or not, we can make use of them. This is truly excellent, Canog. I think the pod should be able to salvage the correct part and initiate the repairs. Let's see. Pod, we need you to take the head off of one of these things and put it on our beastie. Part compatibility confirmed. Must we instruct it every single time? Go on, Pod, fix 2P. 2P or not 2P? Fix 2P. Well, did it work? Gasp. Huzzah! Hey there. Music time. Wahaha! Sweet success. Let us not waste any more time about it. 2P, do you remember what happened? I was damaged in combat, and you brought me here. And then you wildly inconvenienced us by dying on the table. Yes, yes. Fortunately for you, we were clever enough to pick up Pod here. And by the fact that we're having this conversation, I assume it succeeded in repairing the damage. I see. Did you locate the key, as I instructed? Despite how little information we had to go on, we did. It's fully functional and operational as far as we can tell, so can you use it? Or can you or not? An earthquake? Everyone outside, now! Worry. Like a party. you're welcome. We sent you this party. Do you like your fireworks? The mountain. My God, what happened to the mountain? This isn't... Enoch, look! Tupi, no, there are too many. Worried for me. Don't be. What's the meaning of this? It means that your assistance is no longer necessary. It's hammer time. Have it your way, then. See this world to its end. I know I worried, but I thought she was our friend. And who are you? But dress about to turn white, because if so, I don't know if I want to be friends. I am Yorano, 2, Type B unit. But you may call me 2B. I am here to destroy the androids in white. Oh, so this is 2B. The other one was 2B, which is not 2B. We can discuss this later. Right now, we got to stop 2B. That's important. The puppet's bunker is now accessible. Okay. Well, let's do that then. Cloud deck and puppet's bunker. Puppet's bunker? Puppet's bunker. And it's time for deep designs. Let's go. Full shot. I have sent for no finless ones. Perhaps you instead come seeking something of us.
Ruins which your kind have yet to explore. I see. I know of one such place. Alas, under these circumstances, I'm afraid we can spare none to guide you there.
And what circumstances are these?
Rather than hunt for their own meals, the Bentos have pillaged our stores of Milry liver. They must be replenished with haste.
The Bentos, particularly violent tribe of Ondo, if I recall. Particularly violent tribe of Ondo, if I recall.
A band of bottom feeders. We all lost much in the flood, but while others work to rebuild, they resort to thievery and murder. Revenge, they call it, when they prey upon your kind, but do not be fooled. They care not who they harm. Would that we had the warriors to challenge them. It's not the first time they've stolen from us, but there is no resource more precious than liver. All must dedicate themselves to the hunt.
Unless, of course, we were to reclaim the livers for you. It seems a fitting payment for vital information, does it not? Moreover, one could argue that by employing Bismarck to reach these depths, thereby driving back the waters, we are in part responsible for the deeds of those driven to desperate ends to changing climes.
Could we not simply hunt Mimiri ourselves?
We might, but that wouldn't discourage the Bentos from stealing from the Ondo again, now would it?
Reclaiming the stores it is, then. We would be grateful beyond words if you would. The Bentos have surely taken the livers back to the Flounder's Floor. But be warned, there'll be no shortage of guards waiting to spear intruders.
Oh, then we'll have to take care not to draw their attention now, shall we?
Grab the bristly bag close to your hand, and each second turn you'll find that all are filled with wheat down to the bottom. You also find raw wheat is unpleasantly pointy. Not wrong. Lemon cask. Cursory sniff, you detect the faint aroma of fresh oranges. A far cry from the rather memorable scent of Mimiri liver. Draggled box. Boxes are filled with assorted vegetables. Liver is not a vegetable.
Ah, bulbous bags. The squelching noise they make when prodded and the vile stench, you conclude these bags are indeed bursting with livers. Brilliant. Are those them? Sorry, are those them? Perhaps you've deduced this already, but it seems the Benthos have been raiding Calusian storehouses as well as those of Alonto. Oranges, pumpkins, wheat. We can discuss this after we see the livers safely back to Thalosant. It wouldn't do to keep them in suspense. All right, I need to turn on the coffee. I'll be right back. Hey, it's time for some Cloud Deck. I'm working on that for a while. Oh, no peaceful grains allowed, huh? Interesting. Come on, man. All right. I'm going to try and dump this out. Meow, says Kitty. Fresher water, hooray! Well, since apparently we're not going to be doing anything for a while, let's do this then. I'm relieved you're so unspared. Hey there. Our precious livers, I knew you would not fail. I also found all manner of foodstuffs from Calusia to the Founder's floor. Tell me, Tulasath, does this seem odd to you? He's brazen, to be sure. I'm reminded of the rumors that have recently concerned a rash of thefts from Calusian's warehouses. The perpetrators entered in the dead of night and are gone before anyone had realized what had happened. The Yomoran army has been investigating, but thus far to no avail. Perhaps the reason they have struggled so is the quarriers of the sea. The true question is, then, what they mean to do with it. Much as I would like to proceed to the ruins without further delay, we cannot allow the Benthos to carry on as they are. If I may, I believe the ruins are in fact key to the Benthos' plans. Oh, is that so?
These ruins which lie within the illuminated land are a recent discovery. We have seen signs the Bentos are preparing to claim them with all haste. We could not fathom why, but in light of the knowledge, they've been stockpiling resources. It is clear their queen will soon give birth. They require space to raise their young, food for both queen and hatchlings to thrive. Well, we can hardly find fault for them with that. Under normal circumstances, perhaps. But conditions of the Tempest are far from suitable for spawning, its resources barely able to sustain our current population. There's only one reason they would disregard this. They seek to build an army, and with it, take revenge upon the Finnish. It is not a surprise they came to us not long ago seeking allies for the cause. We rebuffed them, of course. Suffering of others does not serve as balm to our own. Their queen, however, desires only bloodshed, and will gladly send her children to die in our stead.
If they're willing to wage war, that changes matters considerably. Indeed. I doubt this could be resolved without violence, but perhaps with a show of force, we can convince them to see reason before the die is cast. I'd rather not risk your people in the attempt. If we travel to the illuminated land, is there a way we might identify the ruins ourselves?
Yes. Once we reach depths, go deeper still. You'll see a monstrous structure there upon the seafloor. That use would come to us now is the will of the Ancient Ones. We have gathered you here, that you may deliver us and drive out the usurpers, those who seek to use their magnificent creations with a vile purpose. I have no doubt they will show you the way forward.
I'm afraid the dead do not speak quite so clearly. Nevertheless, we shall try not to disappoint. If what we seek lies deeper still beyond Almont, I would call upon the assistance of another. Albeit. I believe aiming we already have. So next would be casting, I believe. All right. Our course hath been decided. To pursue it, we must needs beseech the aid of a friend. I speak of Bismarck. Pray follow me to Sullen, that we might seek an audience with him once more.
Doubtless be disappointed with the paltry selection I have on offer at the moment. I'm stuck here, whether or not either of us like it. So you may as well have a look.
Right, let me switch out. It's telling me I was about to go dead soon, and I'm inclined to believe it. is so annoying that one person not accepting means I don't get to do it. Because it reset and I was put near the bottom, not the top. Annoyingly enough. From here we press onward to the Isle of Ken. I myself shall proceed on foot. You perfected your technique, then? Just so the water will be as glass beneath my feet, and provideth purchase fragile yet true. Watch closely. Oh, I certainly shall. Forgive me, but would it not be easier to perfect your swimming technique? Aye, it would be a pity if you drowned, truly. Oh, hush, I'm sure it'll be brilliant. Sure. He's done it. Incredible. J. Oh, for the love of... Felt the disturbance in the force, did you? My apologies. The technique requires the purest of focus, and mine was lacking. To perfect this magic, I went so far as to deal with the Four. And with their aid, mine efforts fully met with success, albeit on a single occasion. I know not why I cannot repeat it. But I saw you waver a bit toward the end. Perhaps you're simply tired? Ingrid? It's nothing to worry about. Only a dizzy spell. It may not be wise to go for another swim just now. Thankfully, we have an alternative. A wonderful little invention, I'm sure you'll agree. Thankfully, we have an alternative. A wonderful little invention, I'm sure you'll agree. Boat. I touched the boat. I will petition Bismarck's aid on our behalf. Let us pray my diplomacy proveth more effective than mine experimental magics. Speak with the voice of a king, little neighbors. I will not deny you. As before, if you seek what sleeps beneath the sea, I shall be your guide. Thy kindness is as boundless as the depths, serene one. Before we depart, however, I would ask a favor. After our last flight, I found my creatures, many creatures, clinging to me. I am itchy. Remove them, and I will take you below. With all haste shall it be done. So, did he agree? Aye, though I agreed to a favor in kind. Regrettably, it is not one I possess the power to grant. Bismarck has asked us to cleanse his underbelly of barnacles. Alas, one must needs dive beneath the surface to do so. Even if I could master the power to walk upon it, it would avail me not. Oh, for heaven's sake, is that all? Pete and I are more than capable of that. Indeed we are. With the Kojin's blessings, we'll all have done this in moments. And better than that, standing here and listening to this nonsense. I'll take the right, you take the left. Now go. All right. You guys are making this harder than it has to be. I'm in your debt. Sure. After a good deal of prying from various angles, you dislodge the barnacle. After a good deal of prying from various angles, you dislodge the barnacle. After a good deal of prying from various angles, you dislodge the barnacle. Thine efforts are most sincerely appreciated. I will inform Bismarck that we may depart without further delay. Much, much better. Thank you, little neighbors. I remember a long time ago another did this favor for me. After the flood, when I chose a spot for my slumber, he came and made a home on my back. Ken was his name. When I grew itchy, I stirred, but he was not afraid. No, he asked me what was wrong. I told him of the creatures clinging to my belly, and he dove into the water. He helped me. He was my friend. He told me he wished to live in peace away from his people and their wars. And this I understood. I told him he was a hero. He told me he was just Ken. I treasured our time together, brief though it was. Brief though it always is. But I remember him, and how he laughed when he flew, when we flew. I remember when he slept, and I slept that day, many days since. The light fades and the darkness returns. Ken sleeps, but in memory he laughs, and together we fly, and I am here. I am now awake. It feels good to speak and to be heard again. A shame others cannot understand me. If thou art willing to learn, I would gladly teach thee the language of man. Thank you, my little friend. But it is time that I grant your request. But first I would take flight to cleanse my body and prepare. The dive will be swift, and I would not have you struck by errant debris. So this island is named for a man. How easily the past is forgotten. It passed not even 100 years ago, yet the truth has slipped from history, like so many grains of sand. Might I have some explanation as to what he just said, or shall we all stand about making vague, mysterious allusions? Oh, while he maketh ready to deliver us to our destination, Bismarck bade us wait for him on the shore of Clusia. Oh, is that all? As though there's more to it. Indeed there was, but it hath no bearing on the task at hand. I should be glad to share the rest with you anon. Oh, fine, later then. If Bismarck requires time to prepare, might I suggest a short respite? For Yonge and Thancred in particular. I require no such thing. I am a picture of perfect health. Mine was but a momentary lapse in concentration. Worry not on my account. You mustn't push yourselves so. Please rest. For me. Oh, all right if you insist. You too, Peter. You've been running yourself ragged. But I feel fine. Just go quietly, Peter. Trust me. Whatever. In that case, I leave the old man to your care. The rest of us will meet you at the split hole anon. Word of advice, never let it show. When she realizes she struck a nerve, she remembers. By the God, she remembers. In any case, we must be made to rest. I know a place in Sullen that's better for it than most. Come with me. Might as well have a seat. I wouldn't want our elderly knees to give out. To hear her speak, you'd think I'm on my deathbed. By the 12, I wish that girl wouldn't worry so much. Thy countenance benies thy words, Master Thancred. I'm sure I don't know what you mean. Let the record show that I am here under protest. Can't say I mind the view. And if the abundance of anglers is any indication, even an amateur might land an impressive catch. Shall we try our hands at it? Help! Someone! Quickly! It's Nightshade. We was attacked on the road. From the Crystarium, barely escaped with me life. I suppose we might have predicted this. You mean you'll help? For free? Oh, thank you. Sure.
If I remember correctly, Nightshade is a local band of outlaws.
All right. I doubt they'll trouble us over much. No doubt they... not no more than they already have by interrupting our relaxation at any rate. Can you believe this? I didn't have anything worth stealing. Still have matters well in hand by the looks of it. I'll not forget this kindness. May we meet again. Hey there. Is that you, sir? Don't tell me you deprived that poor fellow of the honor of being rescued by the Warrior of Darkness. I had no idea you were in the area. Fancy us meeting again so soon, huh? I believe I even recognize your companion. Oh, why, yes, from the infirmary. You had the message for the Crystal Exarch, did you not? It's good to see you back on your feet, and on patrol, no less. Oh, it's nothing as official as all that. Strictly speaking, we are off duty. As we had a free moment, we thought we'd give a few of our less traveled roads a look. The guards didn't have enough hands to patrol them regularly, you see. That's admirable. There are few so devoted to their duty, in Lakeland or beyond. Well, we've just been talking about it for a while, and neither of us is satisfied with just seeing out our service. It feels like we could be doing more, like we should be doing more. It's all about having the will to help your fellow man, and the resolve to see it through. I remember you, the excitable one. Sorry, sir, I got a bit overexcited the other day. Couldn't get my words out. The name is Vonred, sir. The Nard. Sorry, I'm with the Guard. I just don't want to protect Lakeland. I want to protect the lot, just like the Warriors of Light did. Sadly, our duties prevented us from venturing too far from our own little corner of Novrant. What we really want to do is travel, to better ourselves, and go where the need is greatest. Everyone has to start somewhere, don't they? And for now, if we can stop Nightshade from robbing the odd fisherman, that's what we'll do. Whew. Very well. Future heroes of the first, you think? They want not for spirit, but 'tis a pity they draw inspiration from so clouded wellspring. Yet it availeth us not to fret in idleness. We must needs press on if we are to bring Eldadus's schemes to light. It pains me to think that men of such impure intent would be made to serve Ascian ends, however directly. But they're right. People do need heroes. Though our respite was cut short, I dare say we are all eager to avail ourselves of such knowledge as the ruins may hold. I doubt further contemplation with Eldadus's machinations will be conducted with relaxation. We may as well make for the split hall now. Go ahead and run some errands. Since this after 10. Oh, well, never mind. Sure, I sent out a trader to purchase common parts, but he's taking his sweet time getting back. Surely he didn't get lost following the road. I bet my beard is stuck haggling with the merchant. You struck your fair share of bargains, I expect. Would you mind wandering down to Southern? Our beleaguered buyer might need help sealing the deal. Making these tanks is one thing, but getting folk to actually use them is another. Any merchant worth his salt would be wary of some unknown and untested artisan. So we've launched a campaign to spread the name of Wat Anvil far and wide. Only problem is, I'm worried that our chosen promoter is not quite ready for the world beyond Tamra. His schedule has put him in Fort Job at the moment, and I appreciate if you could lend him a bit of support. You know what the most important part of test-firing cannons is? Having wagon loads of destructible targets. If you're not blowing things into tiny pieces, then you're not really test-firing. We've been cobbling a few dummies together whenever we get a spare moment, and it never seems to be enough. So here's my proposal. We pay you to provide us with supplementary supply. Have a word to Shigat, and he'll load you up with whatever scrap materials you need. Hey there, Shigat. You're here to help me make more targets? Well, thank What's Beard for that. I swear, they're about to start in on the ale casks. Take this lot. Should be enough to make 3 decent-sized wooden dummies. Runner's automaton is there if you need it. As soon as they're ready, you want to halt those targets over to your bombardier at the stay. You have no idea how much I appreciate your cooperation. Lally-ho, the first supply of targets I ordered. There you go. Oh, I'll get this new firing range set up straight away. Keep 'em coming, lad. That one's closer. Looks like neither of them are close, though. One is Fort Job, and the other one's sullen. No. Look at this, Peter. I managed to gather me a good-sized crowd. We need to grab folks' attention. A good old lollihop works just as well here as it does back home. Not that everyone's watching, though. I feel a bit silly dancing alone. It might help to hear a few words of encouragement. You're a really good dancer. Psych. Hi, let's get the fire going again. Right, give me some room. This performance courtesy of Watts Anvil. We forge anything better than we forge even better than we dance. Hello. Thanks, Peter. I think I'm over my stage fright now. You can let Regid know that I'll be letting everyone here know that, well, you know, we exist and everything. Bridget was worried, was he? Well, he should have given me a fatter sack of coin. Miss Bridget won't part with the parts we need, no matter how much I paid for a cheaper price. I know, maybe you can craft something pretty from the stock I have on hand. Let's see, some manner of bespoke household fitting. I'd like to catch some more beady eye. Don't be shy about asking what more materials you can come up short. I'll be here just waiting to see this book's reaction with your hour of trade for your latest masterpiece. Oh, yeah, it's one of those bespoke barter items.
You have to pay the difference for the dwarf. Fine, coin or barter. It's all the same to me.
Yes, an absolute work of art.
Yes, agreed. Parts are yours. Take them. Take them.
Ha, I knew it. You're a handy sort to have around, Peter. Thank you. If you're headed back to the anvil, please let Roger know I'm on my way with the cannon parts.
Hackling's all sorted then? That's great news. We might find workarounds for some of the materials, but we need the gemstones. Nothing else comes close to their Aether expanding properties. I hate to say it, but even a dwarf would be hard-pressed to improve upon the Crystal Ville's design. The Lothrai lady and her students really know how to build a cannon. Welcome back. How fares the campaign? Oh, you know, I did all right. The lollyhops, what a fantastic idea. Traditionally use it as a warm-up on a cold morning, but it seems to be just as effective at warming up a crowd. Maybe I'll round up a few fellows and join in the next performance. A troop of dancing dwarves ought to turn a few heads. Absolutely. Good work, Peter. That should tide us over for a little while. At first we were using automaton as targets, but it was a bugger of a job putting them back together after a direct hit. Then we had Shugget screaming about the waste of perfectly good resources and such. No, to properly test cannon fire, you'll need a properly made dummy. And I reckon you're just the artisan to make them. Before we do that, though, let's run it. I've been putting the prototype to its paces, doing a bit of fine-tuning along the way. Happy to say it's now complete. I reckon I probably could have done it by myself eventually, but having everyone else chip in with the work definitely helped. If we keep this up, Watando will be able to achieve world domination through technology. Huh? Yeah. I need to work on the slogan a bit. Alright, if we're going to produce more Roland Takers, we'll need to find a way to speed up the process. Time for a meeting. World domination through technology. We're almost ready to take over. I mean, save the world with our tanks. I hope you haven't forgotten about what's in store for you once they're finished. Of course not. In the meantime, I've got bigger fish to fry. It's a good thing they don't drink all the time. Oh boy, you bloody hells think he's playing at, concerted with gogs. Bunch of stinking scruffy beards, a lot of them. Watch your tongue, Summit, or I'll pull it out with my pliers. Hobbs balls, it's the chief. God, my chief's here too. So this is what you young'uns have been up to all this time? Explain yourselves and spare any limp-bearded excuses. Wait, what's that? Behold, the rolling tankard. One of the last designs of the great Watts in the flesh. Well, in the metal. I suppose that's the point that still stands. But what the bloody hells is this? Never mind that. What I want to know is what you got your grubby little mitts on Watts design. They're all located they're all locked in an unbreakable safe. Unbreakable? I don't think so, Chief. I opened that back when I was a nipper, and I thought it's finders keepers, so I helped myself to the plans inside. You did what now? Taking such revered artifacts without permission is strictly forbidden. I should banish the bloody lot of you. Steady on, Chief. I didn't realize it was against any rules. As for you, young lady, you'd better have a damn good excuse for this behavior. I noticed that ethanol mill over there is of GOG design, and if I find you've been sharing our secrets at the thaw, your life ain't worth living. You can't go replicating Watt's ideas willy-nilly. For all we know, this could bring about the destruction of all of Tamra. In any event, his great works are far beyond the capabilities of you little whelps. Well, we just did it. And to make matters worse, the GOG know all about it now. What's to stop them from building their own tanks and waging war on us? I don't like the sound of that. Maybe this wasn't such a good idea after all. Stop sniveling, you two. Why would Watts design something like this if he didn't want anyone to make it? We're carrying on his legacy. They're taking our plans against the rules. Why did no one here know about it? Surely someone would have said something to run it if it's that severe of a crime. Well, you'd think that being in a locked safe would be enough of a deterrent, but obviously not. Bugger my beard. Do I have to spell everything out? Truth be told, I never thought anyone would break this unlock like that. I didn't mean no harm by it. Honest. Maybe if I explain why I wanted to build Watt's tank, you'd understand. Once upon a time, there was a dwarf. He wanted to conquer the world. I mean, be friends. The end. You're cleverer than you look, Runnet. I suppose it's no good having all that technology if we're the only ones to benefit from it. But let's make one thing clear. If you go producing a lot of shoddy work, the Thal will be the laughingstock of Northrot. Do you swear on what's beard you'll do a perfect job, a proper job of it? Will do. To prove you can produce quality and quantity, I want you to complete 5 tanks by the next Beardtide Festival. Think you can manage that? Yes! Should you fail, every tall hero will be sent back to Tamra. And that's not it. Run it. Let's make Watt's hammer. Those are my conditions. Don't disappoint me. You're holding a demonstration at the bottom of that hill. Just you see. A Beardtide challenge accepted. Run it. I don't have time for this. I need to do cloud deck. Full party. Cloud deck. Checking the sight, pinning down with a salvo of missiles. Get detected. Returning fire. To the left side, open containment field. Yeah, that's been extracted. Oh. Using sapphire weapon data. Opening chest armor. I won't let you down. That's going to be easier. Just make it there.
Living the dream, Arjun has no realized. Truth is the diamond weapon. That's the field. So it's nice. Overheat, restoring armor. Don't worry, Allie, I'll keep you safe. level up in Bayer, deploying. This is for you. Got it. Good job. Shooting this guy with diamond. We must reach the diamond weapon before the Imperials. Deal. And I'll grab some coffee here soon. In all the years since the invasion, this place has hardly changed. I was expecting to find some sign of the 7th Legion here, but it would appear the diamond weapon has already taken them out of the equation. I pray we are not too late. Oh. We have somebody. Ellie.
I mean, she definitely appears to be Allie.
Please take her back to Kerncliff. I have some unfinished business to attend to.
All right.
Like the silly Vanna mask I've got on. Is it going to spring to life? Now, to learn what has become of Alphonse. If you have a score to settle, now is your chance. Show yourself. come to gloat, have you, Gaius? You know it's not over yet. You certainly have an instinct for self-preservation. I would expect nothing less from the coward who sacrificed his own soldiers to further his ambitions. How dare you speak to me of ambitions? You're the one who stood in my way at every turn. If not for your meddling, the Empire would have been mine. Mine! Enough of your delusions of grandeur. Where's Alphonse? Why, he is right in front of you. What? Once you hear the answer, you'll kick yourself for not realizing it sooner. Now, you see, in all of the previous models, the combat data was either incomplete or unstable in some way, making their performance in battle wildly unpredictable. But then an idea struck me. Rather than using data gathered in battle, I should use something a little more realistic. It turns out that beloved boys of yours are quite brilliant. When he put his mind to it. By my ingenuity, he's been reborn as the core of the greatest machine ever devised. None but the great Lord Valens Bonvaro could conceive of such a marvel. To think that Allie came here to steal the diamond weapon to save her brother, only to find he'd already become a part of it. Perhaps it wasn't the reunion she'd envisioned, but I'm sure she was grateful nonetheless. Oh, that might also explain why Overmind activated all by itself. It was clearly an attempt to protect his precious sister. Oh, what a fascinating anomaly. I cannot stand disobedience. That such atrocities should continue unabated is proof of the rot that has spread throughout the Empire. Your crimes are an affront not only to Garlemald, but to all of mankind. And now you will die. Have you forgotten, Gaius? I have seen your data. I know your every move. Such pitiful swordsmanship is a relic of the past, just like you. More. This wasn't in my data. Reactivating synthetic RSI system. ready to be destroyed by your own creation? This can't be. How can it still be functional? Removing memory inhibitors. What? You... Oh, stop. Stop this at once. Please, just let me go, Albert. No, wait, no. No. Even the names of those who sacrificed in your twisted experiments are beneath your notice. You are beyond redemption. Who are you to judge me, Gaius? Do you remember the names of the tens of thousands of men, women, and children killed for the sake of your conquests? I do not deny the blood spilled at my behest, nor will I run from my past. That is why I fight, to prevent the wrongs I committed from being repeated. No, stop, I beg you. No, you can't do this to me. I'm Valens von Barrow, better than Gaius, better than any of them. It can't end that way. Alphonse. Alphonse, my son, I have failed you. But this is not the end. I will see your dreams fulfilled. I swear it. I only ask that you, Miss Lindia, Rykon, and Rex, watch over me. Father, the memory is stored in the diamond weapon. Give them to Allie. Watch over her in my stead. Father, I cannot go on like this. Please. I understand. Thank you. I'm proud to call myself your son. I see. We'll remain here until further notice. But with Gaius, Talon von Varro and the weapons project are no more. Seizing the opportunity, the royal revolutionaries have taken control of the city. Though they still suffer considerable losses, they have at last gained their freedom. And even with the Empire gone, for people like me, life under Imperial rule is all we've ever known. We might never be able to heal the scars left by decades of oppression. While there is hope for those who've survived this ordeal, nothing can bring back the dead. The loss of my wife and daughter left a void in me that can never be filled. In the years since, I've struggled to find a purpose, a reason to keep on living. It is the same for Gaius. No matter how hard he tries to make amends, the children he lost are now gone forever. I got that goopy mask on. All right, I'm gonna go grab some coffee and potty and be right back. Let's continue, shall we? The recent events in Werlet have had a profound impact on the lives of many, many people, but none so more than Allie. She's been in this state of shock ever since she returned. We've even called on Sid to see if he can ascertain what the problem might be. You see, there's a strong possibility the diamond weapon itself is what caused Allie to close herself off like this. But for the time being, all we can do is wait. Oh, there is one other thing. Vilina came by looking for you earlier, so perhaps you should go and see her. Thank you for coming to meet me. I'm glad to see you're none the worse for the experiences. Actually, I've been meaning to show you this. Thanks to the Alamagan resistance, the monument to the fallen is complete. Although they may no longer be with us, we'll never forget them. This way they'll always be a part of Turncliffe, and the future generations will be reminded of the sacrifices that were made. You were always so kind to me. Now it's my turn to do the same for others. Adelina's absorbed in prayer. Now would be a good time to return to Savannah. Definitely have a Moon Knight appearance. It's kind of awesome. Hope all is well with Avelia. Hope all is well with Avelina. Actually, while you were speaking with her, I received word that Gaius will be here soon. Well, we can chill waiting. I wish to see Ellie. Would you send for her? Could you bring Ellie, please? Allie. Does she even recognize me? At first we thought the weapon's influence had caused this, but it seems to be much more than that. Mr. Kurgans say it's most likely the result of intense trauma. Her mind has been scarred. Perhaps irrevocably. She boarded the diamond weapon with the intention of saving her brother. Little did she know Valens had used the synthetic RSI system to transform Alphonse into a living component of the machine. Then, when she boarded the diamond weapon, she finally learned the horrible truth. Never even heard of anything so cruel. Just a moment. In each of the previous cases, pilots became fused with the weapon's core. How was it Allie was able to escape a similar fate? That's one of the many things we're still looking into. There is no need. I already know the answer. It was Alphonse who kept her safe. In the end, I was unable to save your brother, my son. Your brother, my son. All they wanted was a place to call home, where they could live in peace. But after all the pain and hardship they endured, this is their reward? No. No, this is not the end of their story. I taught them the strong must lead the weak, but absolute power corrupts absolutely. And those who have suffered at the hands of the corrupt are beyond counting. Alphonse dreamed of a land without oppressors and the oppressed, where all may live as equals. Thanks to his sacrifice and that of his siblings, the cornerstones of such a nation have been laid. Miscelindia, Reckon, Rex, Alphonse, Allie, they risked everything to win the freedom of Werlet. And now it has come to pass. I will see their ideals upheld. This, I swear, is their father. The long and arduous process of rebuilding Werlet has begun. In the days to follow, I shall be working alongside the new government to create a place that people like Ali and Severa would be proud to call home.
For so long, all that kept me alive was hate. But the time has come to cast it all aside. I'm going with you. I'll only regret it if I don't. There's nothing I can do to bring back the ones I have lost. I owe it to them to make the most of the life that I've been given.
Times change, people change. And it's just as well. We inventors would soon find ourselves out of work if everything stayed the same. If you've a need for my creations, you just say the word. You know, Gaius, I could fill a book with all the things I've been meaning to say to you over the years. But what would be the point? What's done is done. There is one thing, though. If anyone can get through to Ali, it's you. She looks up to you in a way I did as a boy. Don't give up on her.
I do like your color scheme. It's taken me a long time, too long, but I finally found a reason to live for the present and for the future. For all my life, I've been searching for a place in the world. Everywhere I went, I was always on the outside, looking in. I realized that we can't find one. We just have to make it ourselves. That's what I learned from Gaius's children. Despite everything, they never gave up. And neither will I. For now, at least, my place is at Gaius's side. I'll follow him and see where this journey leads. Before I leave, I want to tell you how grateful I am that you chose to stand by us until the end. I hope we'll meet again one day. All this time I've been trying to convince myself Gaius was every bit the villain I'd imagined him to be. The ruthless subjugator of nations. Evil made flesh. How many who fight under the banner of Goldemold are all of it, and more, and worse. I realize now Gaius was driven by his own notions of right and wrong, misguided as they were. Since then he's turned his back on the Empire and its hateful doctrine. His guilt and anguish only strengthen his resolve. The day I spared his life, he was given a second chance to set right the wrongs that he had committed, to become the man his children believed him to be. He was a father once, a husband. I was a father once, and a husband. In many ways, I still am. And even though they're no longer with me, I want to be someone they would be proud of. Now I, too, have been given a chance to make a difference in a land far from home. I'll never forget my past, but neither will I be beholden to it. When I meet the people of Werlet, I'll be sure to tell the tale of your bravery and compassion. May it grant them the strength to face the struggles ahead. Pray, go in peace, my friend.
Though I forgot to read that.
Ah, here they are.
We may be brought together under strange circumstances. Vetelan, Sever, and I continue to work together, at least for the foreseeable future.
And who might these charming young men be?
They were found in the 7th Legion's headquarters, one of the few areas that escaped unscathed during the Diamond Weapons rampage. Perhaps that was Alphonse's intention. Do not be afraid, we mean you no harm. Thing on your forehead. My name is Gaius Belthar, and like Valens von Vero, I was once a legatus of the Gallian Empire. Though I believed I was fighting for a just cause, my conquests came at a terrible cost. Pray, forgive me. I do not mean to scare you. If you would lend me your ears, and forgive that pun, I have a story to tell. I do have long ears. A group of courageous young men and women, not so different from yourselves, stood up to protect their people from the tyranny of the Empire. They fought with everything they had. And finally victory was theirs. But it came at a terrible price. As their father, I still struggle to come to terms with their sacrifice. And yet they have entrusted the future to me. And I will do nothing. No, I will stop at nothing to see their dream fulfilled as the sun rises. Even so, there's only so much one soldier can achieve all by himself. I would be honored to have your support in the days to come.
At ease, lads. He's not as scary as he looks. And if he steps out of line, he'll have me to answer to.
Though they were fortunate enough to escape the destruction of the castrum, they may have been injured while fleeing. Have the Chikurians look over them and find a place for them to stay. Hey kids, you want to see something scary? There's a dead body over there. We'll show the whole class. It seems the time has come for us to go our separate ways once more. I myself can scarcely believe that we were once bitter adversaries, but my encounters with you have led me to question the very ideals I swore to uphold. What even is strength? What is weakness? If those who grasp the reins of power are said to be strong, then those who lack such power must therefore be weak. For better or worse, however, we are far more complex creatures than that. I see now the true strength is not granted by others, but resides within. Strength of character, of spirit, and of resolve. Therein lies the power to cast off the shackles of oppression, to overcome any adversary, to stand firm in the face of impossible odds. That is the strength you possess. May it never leave you. It seems I have to summon all the resolve I can muster if I am to keep my promise to Alphonse. The process of establishing an independent governance of Werlet is underway, and I will do all in my power to see it become everything my children dreamed of, and more. For the immense future, we shall continue to work closely with the Ala Megan resistance, whose role in the revolution cannot be understated. That reminds me, if you're passing by Porta Praetora, the soldiers stationed there wish to hear your version of events. Sure. Please give them my regards. I hope that when our paths cross again, I will have glad tidings to share with you. Until we next meet. See ya. We have spoken with Gaius now. Speeding the up. Welcome back, Peter. Congratulations on another hard-earned victory. Ever since we heard the news, I've been dying to hear exactly how it all unfolded. What can you tell me about the diamond weapon? Oh, it was kind of light and diamond and shiny, and it fell really hard. By Ralger's beard, even for the Empire, that must be a new low. Those poor orphans. I can only pray the citizens of Werlich were able to enjoy the freedom that Gaius's wards gave them their lives for. At the very least, we need no longer live in fear of the monstrous creations birthed by the weapon project. I shall add your account to our official report. Finally, on behalf of the Alamegan Resistance and the whole of Eorzea, for that matter, allow me to express my heartfelt gratitude. Again, thank you. Sure. That's what I do. What is this? I got a thing. Meanwhile. Oh, no more meanwhiles? Father, the memory stored in the diamond weapon. Give him to Abby. What? What? friend.
Well, that's the darndest thing I ever did see. Oh, great, our house is possessed.
If I know what's going on.
Only we're going to be big and strong like our daddy.
Pay no attention to them. They're being stupid again. Very well, sir. Projections from within the synthetic aura site. These are his memories. Their memories. I don't want to live with a world without you. That's why I'm going with you. No, not yet, Allie. Now's not your time. Father still needs you. Please take care of him in our place. If you're worried about Alphonse, don't be. He's got us for company. I want you to see this new world for yourself. We'll be forever at your side, Allie. That's heckin' sad. I'm the only one left. But I'll never be alone. Father. Finn. Thank goodness there were not any more mecha versions. Or mecha fanatic. Of late, all I can think of is weapons, weapons, weapons. I channel this passion into crafting homages to our favorite war machina. It's more than a mere hobby. It's the wind in my sails. Well, there was a diamond weapon, you know. An excellent choice. I'll have it ready in a jiffy. Here it is, the most formidable of all weapons, one that requires no introduction. Having said that, I'll give it one regardless. Let me begin with its alternate name, Iwitz. Like other models, it's anti-icon war machina, and the I is a numeral indicating it belongs to the first series of prototypes, and Z implies it's the final version. This is merely conjecture on my part, but the ruby, sapphire, and emerald weapons appear to have been designed from the outset to gather data for making improvements to the diamond weapon. That's not all. The diamond weapon was equipped with a certain element the other models lacked. This enabled it to reach its final perfected state. It's the nature of this element that troubles me. After reading the reports, I'm still having trouble coming to terms with the sacrifices made in the name of the weapon project. Perhaps we should give a moment of silence for the young lives lost. Well, that's enough of that. You want to kick its butt? I was planning to give the sculpture to people of Warlet. It's a reminder of the brave souls whose deed eventually led to the independence from the Empire. As with my previous works, the sculpture can also be used to reenact your encounter with a weapon. I hope it'll prove useful in preparing for whatever the future holds in store. Sure, whatever. Cloud Deck Extreme, now accessible. Alright, I'm going to try to get the stuff with the Lamia taken care of. Since we're over here. Tanking is hard. Still appearing stones. You're truly a sight for sore eyes, my friend. Our scouts recently had the misfortune of spotting a monstrous slug near Dimworld. Their grotesque appearance and corrosive slime is enough to make one spew. They must be dealt with, but I'm ashamed, to confess the gatekeepers are ill-suited to fight them. The mere sight of them is enough to make most convulse, and those who manage to approach them are irreparably scarred by their acidic slavering. Please, I beg of you, go to Dimworld and rid of this life to the land. In an effort to improve relations with Gridania, Captain Alp has proposed a joint initiative to revitalize the Precipient One and cleanse the surrounding land. The Gridanians have offered to provide elixirs that will purify the soul, and we, for our part, have prepared a tonic to guard the roots from rot and decay. Pray take these 2 vials of tonic to the Precipient One and pour them onto its roots. Sure. And after that, report to the Waking Sands. Do you not find the heat from the bridge insufferable? Well, perhaps not. Your striders have shoes to protect your legs. As the sun rises from the sky, so too does the heat from the bridge. By high noon, it's like treading across hot coals. My sisters suffer burns from merely standing guard. Something must be done. Might I trouble you to collect muslin clumps from the east end? Even 2 might be more than to suffice. We can find them along the banks of Timmendeck. All right. Ba-da-ba-da-bum. Well, that works pretty well. pour the preservative around the tree. Follow this contaminated route. Should be another one around here. Oh, is it south? It probably is. There it is, right there. One Mossling. Go take on the other Mossling, and that should be all. Head back to the Ananta, and then we should be able to fast travel to where the dwarves are, assuming we don't trigger the final mission for the Ananta. And if we do, we'll just stop here for lunch, and we'll just pick up with the final mission for the Ananta to start the afternoon stream. Is it done then? Is the slug no more? Oh yeah, took care of that. Yeah, my humblest thanks. As gatekeepers, we should encounter another. We'll be certain we'll call on you again. We returned. The deed is done then. Oh yeah, took care of it. Excellent. It has been many moons since we have need of such a potion. Its preservative properties allow plants to thrive in even the harshest of conditions. Huh. Never did I imagine we'd need to nurture the prescient one. In return, its former glory will take time, as well as additional treatments of our tonic. I trust we can count on your aid when we have need of it again. And we have indeed triggered the final mission for these guys. So, I'm going to stop here, and we'll pick this up after lunch. So thanks so much for watching. If I don't see you again, have a wonderful day.